Right, I'll change the cable. I don't know if it's the cable or the if it's the connection to the battery. But we're back again. Sorry about that, everyone. So I'll have a look at that left-hand rod again, see if it's still on that paste. That feels like it is. Yeah, okay, good. Right, and then it's just come off on the retrieve. So okay, it's good for a while then. Get this one back out and then I will recast the other rod. Well, if the connection's getting just a little bit loose on that, no, it's not you, Neil, it's me. I don't know if it's because I'm moving around so much, I'm knocking the power cable out of the battery. It could be that. But I've changed the cable and I've let a little bit more out, so hopefully it won't happen again. But I know this isn't a relationship, but it's one of those times where I have to say it's me, not you. Right, I'm just going to chuck them worms out again, straight in front of me. Have a big bow. Let's see what happens. It's going to bounce down. I can feel the pull on the rod already. Bounce, 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 bounce. Stop. Okay, right, we're good. Yeah, I don't know why. It's something's a bit weird. It might just be that the cable's just moving slightly in the battery, and because I don't move around so much and I'm sitting on my box, that's what's causing the troubles. A new technical problem that I've got to overcome somehow. Right, what's the time? 26. I don't know if that was a bite or not. You reckon it was? How long do you reckon, Neil, on the hook length? I don't mind getting a lesson from an expert. Morning, Grimley. You might lose me, Grimley. I've had a couple of disconnection problems, but hopefully I've sorted it out. It's about 2 foot currently, just over 2 foot. You reckon down to 12 inches? Or just over? Morning everybody, welcome to the fishing stream. Had a few disconnection issues. I'm moving around too much today and it's causing the power cable to move in the battery pack, but I've just switched the cable and wound it up slightly differently, so maybe it fixes it. But you join me on the River Thames at Abingdon, looking for some chub or maybe barbel, who knows. I have a suspicion that if I do hook a barbel in this stretch, they're so big I'm not going to be able to do anything on this rod. I'm just going to watch the fish swim up and down the river. We fished this stretch a while ago. I can't remember when it was, my son and he was fishing the pole and I was sitting here with the rods like this, and then we swapped over. I caught a bream and then he lost a fish on one of these rods, and unfortunately he thought he was slacking off the clutch and he tightened it up and it just broke him off. But it was a big fish. I understand there's barbel in this stretch, well into double figures. This chub, I've seen chub pushing £7, I would say, near the pub down to my left, and I'm told there's carp in the stretch to 25. So I don't know what he hooked. Okay, I'll chop it off in a second, Neil. I'll do them both when I bring them in. It's an easy change to make. And I might nip the ends of those worms off as well, just to make them a bit more smelly. Now I need to do time on the bank in this stretch to try and work out what the heck I'm doing. The other rods. Are they not going to oblige me, Neil, and just bend these rods over to the point? Oh, I think that was a bite. Was that a bite? Oh, I think that was a bite. And even if it wasn't a bite, I'm going to claim that that was a bite. I was on that rod pretty quick though, no? Is that not quick enough? That was like the flash. Right, let me just shrink this hook length down. start there then. 12-inch hook length is going to be, width of that is going to be 12 inches. I'm not looking for any skimmer style bites today. I want these rods to get bent over and there'll be no doubt about it. Oh, really? Have I got to be that tight on them? Right. To the end off of that worm, the end off of that one. That one knows it's coming, the end off of that one. Right. Short hook lengths. Check. Check it in the same spot. Watch it go bounce, 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 bounce at the bottom. Nice big thing. Bounce, 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 bounce. Come to a stop. Done. Right. That's the right hand rod. Oh, wow. If I sit on the rods like that, oh, I think maybe that's just bounced down the river then. Or that was a fish grabbed it again. Hold on. I'll have to change the way that's happening to stop them doubling up over the hook. There's some big old perch in this stretch, right? Who knows? Right, let's get this left hand one in then, shorten that hook length off. Yeah, that means I should have I should change the camera setup. I'll do it next time. I'll just fix the camera on the trolley. Annoyingly, the bracket that I need for it, I've not brought it with me. Or the bracket I need to do that, I've not brought with me. Right, 12 inch, about that. Well, hold on a second, Grimley. We're not only if I catch some fish, mate. Otherwise, it's then they're not good tips. Neil, however, who's in the channel, he knows what he's doing. And this style of fishing, I don't. This is me learning how to do it, I guess. Yeah. yeah, I think next time I come then I'll bring the mount for the camera and I'll mount it on the trolley, and then we'll be good. Right, there we go. Nice lump of cheesy paste. Absolutely stinks. Half the length at length. I know what you said about casting it upstream, but I'm casting it down because I've got this tree to my left. Looks chubby to me. That looks good for chub, in my mind. That's why I'm fishing this side of it. Right, let's tidy up a little bit. I've also got a big bream in this section, so you know, I don't know what I'm going to catch today. If anything, hopefully something. Bit chilly. Right, I'm going to sit down. I can hit these. You're making me. I'm going to move this chair now. Right. Right, is that going to be close enough? Yeah, I can. Surely that's close enough. Right, let's move that, move that. Move that. Move this over. There. My left foot's going to slip. Do you realise this? It's going to go. I'm going to move like the Flash, and I'm going to crash into this rod pod. The lot's going in the Thames. I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll shorten that and I'll be able to extend it when I need it. Put it there. That feels better. No idea where I'm going to play a fish if I hook it. Is that better? Anything else we need to change? So a quick look. Hi fishing. Quick fishing. Oh, you two are chatting, right? Right. Good. What's the time? 41. Okay, we'll give it till 50 before I check that left hand rod. I'm going to move that camera back just a little bit. If I lose the connection, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just thinking about that when I was fishing the pole feeder and I caught those chub the other week at Christmas. Yeah, as soon as that chub's got it and made any kind of indication, then I've struck. It's much more direct, but I'm expecting, well, I guess I was expecting a little bit more of a serious pull that I will be able to see and be able to hit. So I guess this is the third live stream, well, the third attempt. So I'll just recap where I am. I'm fishing the River Thames today in Abingdon, just down from to my right. You can see Abingdon Lock. So I'm down from Abingdon Lock. I'm fishing on the grass bank where I fished previously in the year when I caught perch, and that's got to be a bite, unless that's the lead freeing itself and bouncing down. I would say that's a bite. So that's a bite. Right, bounce, 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 bounce. Stop. It might be just the pressure from the tip. Like that. Or is that a fish that's grabbed it? What are you? Am I just watching a fish on the end of this rod here? No, I think it's bouncing. Okay. There's a good chance that the two bites previously on the right hand rod were just the pressure of the river and the rod. And not bites at all. I can probably change that to a 3-ounce lead. I've probably got some. Well, if I bring a pole, Neil, then I'll classify that as I'm teaching you. Oh, don't worry, I learn fast. There's nothing like, you've got to go and try something and then go home and think about it. It's the it's the post event more than anything else. I was watching the video of my match at Pans Hill a couple of weeks ago, and I've watched it back, and as I was editing the video, and you're watching a clip and you're watching it again and you're watching it again, and you're thinking about what's happening. There were signs of fish there earlier, I didn't see them. I need to look out for them before, look out for them again in a venue like that. I think it's to do with the makeup of the lake and the bottom in the lake versus what I'm used to fishing. And the other thing was around the potting the bait and catapulting the bait. The catapulting the bait was a great idea, and if I did want to pot some bait, I should have just used a cad pot and not a big pot. So if I go back again and fish that venue in this time of year, then that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I know how to change it up. You can, like I'm saying, in that post-session analysis, I think it's probably where you learn the most. And I have the benefit of videoing it all and watching it all back. Yeah, I can cast it upstream. How far? If I look straight out towards the river and straight out it's 12 o'clock, you're talking 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock? How far upstream? It's a bit awkward because I think where you're going to want me to cast is into the trees on the island, but I can chuck it just in the middle of this straight here and that'll be fine. Or I can chuck it towards the trees actually. I'll tell you what I'll do is the next chuck, I'll chuck it over towards the trees, and if I chuck it in the trees, you owe me a 2-ounce lead, alright? For next cast I'll do that. Yeah, I think it's good though, Grimley. I think you learn a lot. I really do. Yeah. It's all about improvement though, right? You know, if you take the couple of sessions that I've had at Gold Valley over Christmas, fishing F1s up that peg 118, you know, the first time I drew it in the match, and the amount of mistakes is just horrific, you know, and not thinking about what's going on, you know, foul looking fish because I'm feeding when my rig's there and they're coming out from that bush and they're, you know, mid-depth, causing loads of liners. The other week at Pan's Hill, getting loads of foul hookers, and you know, in my mind it's really clear the cause was the big pot, putting too many fish in one place. You know, just those sorts of things. The mistakes are absolutely terrible. Doesn't mean I'm not going to do them again, but it's certainly it's okay, I think, to watch it back and go, oh my gosh, I fished this terrible. Okay, right, so that's the front. That's 12 o'clock. There's some trees to the right. I'm going to chuck it towards these trees. That'll do me. Let my bow form. Now I'm going to put it on my rest. And what's going on with that? Maybe not a big enough bow. Stopped in, not quite in front of me. Stopped to the right. We'll leave it there, and we'll just replace. I think cheesy paste was still on. Yeah, it's still on. It's not as big. Maybe some crayfish are nibbling at it. I don't know. It's still bouncing down the river. That right hand rod. It's not quite got level with me, but it's bouncing down the river. No, they all count, mate. They all count. They all count. Oh, okay, now it's done a big bounce. I think that was the pressure. Yeah, it's bouncing down the river now. That right hand rod. I think I'll bring that hook point out on that cheese paste. She's bouncing, I think. Yeah, it's just bouncing down that river, that right hand rod. I'll have a quick look. See if I've got a 3 ounce lead. It'll be in here if I have. Got 2.5. Bigger bow. Alright, bigger bow. That's a bigger bow. Right, time, 9:56. Right, cup of tea. This is so unusual for me as a match angler, sitting there like this, going, right, cup of tea. Brought a cup somewhere, but we're throwing that. Just one look. Right, so in case I didn't cover it off on this third stream, because I'm probably going to show this one, not the other two. Gear today, I'm fishing a pair of connoisseur feeder rods. I've got a 4 ounce tip in them. It's not really for those rods. It's for the bigger tournament rods. I've only got one though, so I wanted to match the rods up today, so I've got 4 ounce tips in rods that aren't really made for 4 ounce tips, but the rods should handle, you know, fish. I catch 20-pound carp on these rods, so we should be all right. 10-pound Dyer ST to an 8-pound Dyer ST hook length, the size 4 specialist wide gape from Kamzan, B something something something, I can't remember. I'll put it in the description later. I'm fishing 2 rods, one with worms, one with cheese paste. I will change the one on worm for cheese paste as well, purely because I've made it yesterday with my daughter, and I'd love to be able to go home and tell her that I've caught fish on cheese paste. I wanted to just see if the cheese paste fell off, and it's all right, and I've got enough with me, so I'll set both of them up with that in a little while. I'm looking for chub and or barbel or bream. I've caught chub further down the stretch to my left. I'm constantly told there's barbel in this stretch and to my right, and I've got bream as well, so let's see what happens. My hook lengths are about 12 inches, maybe just a little bit over. Might be 14, not sure. Whatever the spread is on this quorum stand, so I could measure it, but I'm pretty sure it's 12 to 14 inches. And I'm waiting for the rods to just bend over. Neil's making me think that the bites might not be as positive as that, and Neil is an experienced specimen angler, so I'm just keeping a very close eye on those rods and getting ready to move really quickly if I need to. Any point I expect my son to rock up, but he said that he couldn't come fishing with his dad today because he had lots of homework to do, and I wanted to think that I was really proud of him. He's got some homework on Friday. His dad's suggesting to go fishing, and he's saying he can't because he wants to get his homework done. And then it turned out his dad's homework since Tuesday. And I think it should have been handed in yesterday, and it's late. It's either late or he's doing it last minute. One of the two. So I went from being a really proud dad to thinking, hold on a minute. But if my mum's watching, then she'll probably confirm in the chat that I used to do my homework on the last minute every time, so I don't think I'm anyone to criticise. Just a little, I guess, while we're just waiting for a massive fish. I've got another match on the river in a couple of weeks' time. Same stretch. That's another Sutton Courtney Club match. I'm going to look to fish that, hopefully. And then I think a little bit more pike fishing in February and March at Orchid Lakes. The season finishes at end of March. Anyway, you alright? No, not yet. I've got one on cheese paste, one on worm, and I'm being patient. I've been here about an hour.
The river's looking lovely.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, we've had no rain for the last couple of weeks, so it's dropped nicely.
Oh, good luck.
Thanks, pal. So yeah, I want to do a bit more fishing down down Orchid Lakes and try and catch myself another couple of pike, February and March, and then after that we're sort of back into decent season. I'll get Tunnel Barn Farm a little bit more this year, I think. I've got the Pole Fishing Masters in June, and then I might look to get some tickets for some other big money events. I'd like to get on the, well, I think that's a bite, I don't know, I'm striking that anyway. I'd like to get on the, names are escaping me, the 3-day event on this stretch of the Thames. What's that festival called? Can't remember. I'm trying to get closer to those. I'm a bit close to those trees every chuck I do. I'm not used to chucking 2.5 ounce leads on this rod. What's that 3-day festival called? Thames Festival, that's what it's called. So I'd like to see if I can get on the Thames Festival. And that'll be good. That's in the middle of June, July, August, can't remember, sometime like that in summer. So I'm trying to get on that. I've mailed the guy responsible. I've not had a reply, but I think that he doesn't look at the Facebook page until later in the year, but we'll see. I'll try and get on that festival on the river, and if not, I'll try and get on a river fest or something like that, and maybe another couple of type events, Fishermania and Golden Reel. I might go back to fishing a couple of those big money matches, but we'll see. I'm thinking about taking a week off in the middle of summer and doing like a 10-day, although 10 days on the bounce is too much, but a good lot of, good stretch of summer fishing. Fish a bunch of matches in the summer. Plenty of carp on the pellet waggler and the bomb, and big fish down the edge and that type of stuff. Not sure what that left hand rod's doing. So yeah, we're going to have a busy old year, I think. That tree. It feels like the right place. It's not right under it, there's only any tree to speak of because the leaves are gone, obviously. It's a big old gang of Canada geese on the other side of the river. How is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 8, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 70 geese, that is. Just coming along the far bank of the river. A red kite flying overhead, having a little look. Now it's interesting, I can see that kite, you know, it's going right over the river. I've seen red kites take skimmers from a fishery called Royal Berkshire. Red kites were on a massive decline, and so there was a breeding program introduced for red kites, and then people started to feed them, and now red kites are really common in this area. And when I used to live in a different place called Reading, we used to feed the red kites in our back garden. They would come down and swoop, and you know, you'd have like 15, you know, birds of prey circling your house. It was amazing. And I don't think the council want you to do it, but people do it because it looks so great, and they're just breeding like crazy in this part of the UK. But I've seen them swoop and take fish out of Royal Berkshire fishery before, but I can't believe it can spot any fish in the river currently. That'd be kind of crazy. Nah, they're not aggressive. They're all mouth and no action, is what I would call them. You know, a lot of hissing. They're not an aggro. They, you know, they eat some grass and, you know, what's the name? But no, I wouldn't consider Canadian geese aggressive. Domestic geese. In fact, there's another group of geese. 2, 4, 6. There's another 20, 25 coming along. Now, if you get like a white goose with an orange beak, the kind of goose that puts its head down and runs at you, you know, the type of thing you'd expect to find on a farm. If you find them, you know, they're aggressive, you know, and they'll come and attack people, but very rarely. I know one place where I'd expect to bump into them, but yeah, not here. There's a big herd. What's the right word for a group of geese? Something. I'm watching that left-hand rod. Sorry, it's breaking my thought and chat process. Just deciding whether it's. I don't think that's a fish. There's a big group of other geese that are here, that live around here. But no, these Canadian geese, they just, you know, hiss. You know, that's all. Yeah. Yeah, any goose that puts its head down and starts to move towards you, then, you know, it's time to leave. But because those things don't stop. But these Canadian geese don't do that. They just hiss a lot and then move out the way when you walk towards them. I don't know what they're doing. I think they're a bit confused about which way to go. They're all coming up in a nice long line, and then one started to come across the river, and now I think they're a bit unsure about how to proceed. They could go on the far side. There's, you know, there's an island here to the right. They could just go around the back slacker channel, but for some reason they've sort of stopped. Shows me where the slack water is, though. You know, you can absolutely guess. You know, it's slack just behind that island. But I went too far earlier and snapped up. Maybe they've just stopped there for a rest. But they're waiting for the rest of them to catch up. don't know that the bend is any less on that right hand rod, Neil. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's any different. Yeah, do it, mate, do it. Send it. Yeah, if anyone's wondering, I've got an Instagram page as well, obviously. Same name, The Fishing Stream. There's also a Facebook page as well, when my Instagram posts push to Facebook. You can contact me on all of those. What's the time? 10:15. Will they? Hello, dog. There's nothing for you in there, mate. Nothing for you in there. Two weeks ago, all of this around me was in flood. We had a lot of rain a month ago, and I think, you know, the town was even on the news, national news, about how flooded it was from the river. But the river was up right over all these banks into these floodplains behind me. And it's not rained for a couple of weeks. It's all dropped down nicely. There's to my left, downstream, there's a electricity generator, you know, natural clean energy generator from the force of the river. It provides clean energy that gets pumped back into the national grid, as I understand it, which is kind of cool. So they run the river off quite quickly to make sure there's a constant flow for the electricity for that. So if it does flood, they run it off really, really fast. That's as I understand it. Going to send a quick message to the better half. Do. If that's a fish or not, so I'll strike it. Still chuck this in the same spot. Right, I'm just going to swap this right hand rod to cheese paste as well. If I can double it up. Done there. Maybe that lump's a bit too big, but so let's get that towards that bush. Gonna have to recast that. That was probably most perfect, but I've got a feeling that the hook length had just hit the branch. Going to try and put one slightly different spot, a little bit nearer to that tree. Yeah, I think these bits of cheese paste are a bit too big that I'm putting on here. I'm getting a bit excited, but right, I'm going to chuck it towards that big tree there. Do me. Nice big boat. No, you don't like that, do you? Okay. It will come to a stop. It's a bit colder than I thought. It's meant to be up to 6 degrees today, but it doesn't feel it. I think it's because there's a bit of a wind on, and It's dropping that temperature down. Right. Towards the tree. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think I like the if I look at the dynamics of the peg though, where you've got the island to the right and you've obviously got two runs of water either side of it that then join together. I do like the idea that there'll be fish sitting where the river joins back together on the left hand side, but yeah, maybe up to there. We'll see. We'll see. But it's not stayed there, the lead. It's definitely bounced down the river. I don't know how far though, right? Because I've got the bow, I can't really see the line very well, but recast it every 10 minutes or something. As I said, I've got enough cheese paste. I did. I pulled the rod to the right hand side quite a lot to put the bow. I say maybe you couldn't see it, but I think I did. Maybe it's not big enough bow, that's why you're noticing it. Maybe I don't pull enough. Man, stink. It's definitely smelly, the cheese paste. That much I know. So we'll give it 10 minutes and then we're on double cheese paste. I'll keep putting those rods out. And see what I can get. I took a picture and stuck it on my Instagram yesterday, but let's go from memory. 200 grams of white breadcrumbs, 200 grams of grated mature cheddar cheese, 100 grams of Stilton grated, a big dollop of soft cheese, a big tablespoon of garlic powder, a big tablespoon of sea salt, and a big glug, and another big glug, and a third glug of a liquid additive called garlic and cheese from a company called Dynamite Baits, is what went into my cheese paste. I think that's right. 200 breadcrumbs, 200 mature cheddar, 100 grams Stilton, tablespoon garlic powder, tablespoon sea salt, big tablespoon helping of soft cheese, and then glugs of that liquid from Dynamite. Yeah, that's it. It's definitely stinking, that's for sure. That'll be the Stilton. Maybe that's what the red kite's honing in on. Maybe it can smell my cheese paste and thinks it's some kind of dead animal. Oh, it's definitely stinky. A couple of anglers mooching along. No, nothing at all yet.
No, I've been here long.
Hour and a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheesy paste and dendras, nothing yet.
Yeah, fair. Enjoy, mate. All the best.
Yeah, you too, pal. That's the fourth angler that I've seen today. I think everyone's desperate to get out on the river. Now the floods have gone. You know, the river's still, I think it's, the level's not going to get any different. Hello, dog. The level's not going to change. Right, the bite then. Right. No, I didn't put the ingredients in the... Oh, a minute, I'll look at canoeist. No. So, no, I didn't put the ingredients, I just had the... I thought I got a morning shot on the picture. But yeah, I guess I didn't put the quantities. I might edit the post later. But only if I catch Grimley. Otherwise it's just a bunch of random stuff that doesn't catch fish. Does feel right though, you know, the paste. So I'm confident in the bait. I'm not confident in where I'm chucking it. that's the challenge I think I got. Oh, but that I don't know. What's that, a bite? I don't know. Was that just it moving? It could be that I'm fishing, you know, crazy sized pieces of paste to what I should be fishing, you know. I'm not going to rule that out. I'm going to try halving it. Hold on a minute. Without trying to bury the hook in my finger. Alright, geese, don't sit where I want to cast my rods. My rod. Right, dunk. Big old bow. Yeah, what do you think, Neil? Was that a bite? Not a bite? I don't know if you could see that or not. I don't know if you can see that at all, the way you're sitting. How big a piece of how big a ball of paste are you using on a size of hook? I'm using a size 4 hook. I'm not too sure on how big. I don't know if that was a bite or not. I did tip nothing there. How big a ball of paste it should be. I guess it needs to be of a size where the hook point can still be proud. So it's going to have to be something like that. Yeah, something like that. It looks beautiful, I've got to say. That's what I'm doing, something along the lines of that. Looks good to me. Yeah, right, good. Thanks, Chief. It's funny, I sit here and, you know, not having a lot of experience of fishing the river like this. I've done, you know, fished one match with a feeder. I fished one other sort of couple of hours like this with a couple of rods up in the air and something else. And I do know that when I get a proper bite, the rod's just going to move in such a way that I will know it's a bite, you know. Sit here and look at these slight movements on it and you sit there and think, is that a movement? Is that a bite? Is that a fish? You know, when you're used to fishing a lake where there's no movement unless you're getting a liner or there's a fish biting it, but then come here and fish the river and it's like, what's going on here, what's going on? I think it'll just thump down and I'll know instinctively that it's a bite. It'll be clear as crystal. Wasn't sure about that. That feels like a much more sensible sized piece of paste. After about an hour's worth of fishing, I'm more happy with that than I have been with the previous versions. Just gonna have to come again, aren't I, if I don't catch? I'm still wondering if I should mix up some ground bait, chuck it out in a feeder, and then fish cheese paste on the hook. Oh, I'm not sure about that at all. I feel like that was a bite. They can't all be bites though, I know that. Well, saying that, that's not true. They could all absolutely all be bites, but I don't think they are. Can't but go home and go, how'd you catch? Did you catch nothing? How many bites do you have? Oh, about 30. It's like, no. Right. Morning, Simon. Yeah, they are, I think. Well, I think some of the lakes are frozen, or some of the pegs in some of the lakes. But they've called off the Rushmore at Gold Valley tomorrow, and I think they're doing an open. So there's obviously pegs somewhere that they can fish. Maybe Gold's frozen. I don't know. But yeah, I'm down here on the river, chucking great big leads around with cheese paste on, trying to catch a chub. I'm actually wondering if I'm going to catch. You know, on Christmas Day I caught 2 chub to my left. That looked like a bite on the left hand rod then. Now you're going to thump down like you're a fish that's grabbed it. Yeah, I caught 2 chub on Christmas Day on fishing the pole feeder, and today I'm down here with cheese paste. I'm happy with the bait. I just, you know, as ever, you know, I'm not sure about where to chuck it. So we'll see. Certainly having a couple of hours of chucking it around, you know. I'm just wondering if the right thing to do is to mix some ground bait up, see if I can chuck a feeder out and get it to hold, and then fish cheese paste on the hook. I don't know if that's going to be a better method or just a different method. You know, if I chuck a load of ground bait in, what's that going to do? Is it going to draw fish up to where I'm fishing? Is it going to be more attractive? I don't know, you know. It'll certainly, I want to think it will smell more than the cheese paste alone, so, but I don't know. The river is pushing through, and I'm not sure that a 60 gram feeder is going to hold in any shape or form, so that's why I'm sort of reluctant to do it. I had a few chuckabouts earlier with a 50 gram and it was just bouncing down the river, you know. So I'm not really sure. And I was saying earlier that I made the cheese paste with my daughter yesterday, so I kind of like to catch one on cheese paste. I just don't know if I should be here, nearer towards the lock, or whether I should be down there, nearer towards the pub. Not sure. It may be that what I'll do in a minute, I'm casting, there's a tree to my left and I'm casting out into the river, but what I might do in a minute is actually just walk down there, plop it under the tree, and then just walk the rod back, you know. In fact, that's what I'll do next time. I'm chucking it more in the flow, thinking that if there's chub around the tree, that they'll smell it and they might come out, but maybe they don't want to do that. Maybe I've got to take it a little bit more to them, so next cast on this left-hand rod, I'll do just that. I'll walk down the river, walk down the bank and just try and flick it a little bit more under the tree. Morning, Mick. Oh, Chris, you can't spam a chat. You'll get night bottle beyond you. Morning, everybody. I think as I sit here, you know, my view is that I'm chucking a single bait in a big, big expanse of water, and how attractive is that to the fish? I've got no previous experience of fishing cheese paste and thinking, you can do it and you'll draw the fish to the peg, or you'll draw the fish, up the river or stuff like that, and so I don't know if what I'm doing is good enough, or whether I should put ground bait in too. So I've got to have this session just kind of try and work it out, and then think about what I might do differently if I come back again and fish the same spot. I don't know if I've had any bites, Mick. I don't think I have. There's been a couple of times where I've thought, oh, I'm not sure, but I'm trying to fish cheese paste with chub today in this little stretch of river, and I've no idea how successful it's going to be or not. We've been fishing for just under 2 hours, and no fish in that period. No, I can't sit here and say I absolutely had a bite on either of the rods. It's like, see, that's, well, it's definitely dropped back, and I don't know if it's dropped back because it's a fish, or it's dropped back because the lead's moved. I don't know. Right, let's get another blob of cheese paste. Recast this one to the right, and then I'll recast the one to the left. I wonder if the geese are just trying to tell me, they're here, the fish are here, cast here. And let a big old bow out. And then we'll redo that left hand one, and I'm going to walk down there and chuck it a little bit more under the tree. It might cost me a rig, but I don't know, but I'll do it and see what happens. I might lose the connection to the phone. You're going to talk me into the fact that that was a bite, Neil, aren't you? Actually, I said I'm going to just flick it under. I'm not, because I think what happens is when I cast out, the lead bounces, because I'm fishing the downstream. I think the lead bounces sort of parallel to where I let the line out to. So I think the bait's actually ending up under the tree anyway. So I'm not going to do anything different there. I don't know, I just think that a feeder would be better, but I couldn't get the feeder to hold. But it's not pushing through any faster than it was when I fished the pole feeder. I think we'll just stick with this. That chuck up the right hand side in that slack of water feels, or off the point of that island, feels like the right place. One downstream towards that tree feels like the right place. Looks like a bite to me now. I can't get 30 missed bites though, you know. Try a slightly smaller bit of paste. Chub have massive mouths, obviously, but I wonder if it's a bream. Smaller piece. Check that out. Yeah, I had three dendrobinas on the right. That lead's just bouncing down the river now. But I won't rule out going back to them. I'm just trying double cheese paste, Mick, because I made it with my daughter, and I'd like to tell her, or show her that I caught a fish on the cheese paste that we made. I just need one of those bites that's just going to bend the rod right over. Although Neil makes me think that I'm not going to get a bite like that. Both of those tips are moving strangely. don't feel like they're bites though. Big pause in my sentence as I'm watching it. See you later, Chris. Have a good day. Now I could just, you know, I've got some, you know, big old halibut pellets with me as well. I'm wondering if I should just tie one of them on a hair, chuck that out. I've got options. Sure, the geese are doing it. Feels like the geese are sitting there watching me. What do we think? Halibut pellet? Worms? Switch it for a boilie? Don't know. Okay, the left hand rod did a little shudder then. Just a little one. Just trying to work out if these geese are trying to give me some sort of indication, right? So the geese are all hanging off the back of the island, and I don't completely understand how the river would flow around the island and where the slack water would be, but let's assume that there's slack water off the back of that island and the geese are quite happy to sit there. It's not too much effort for them to stay stationary. The geese are pretty much opposite me, so if I chuck a 60-gram feeder out there and make a nice bow, is that going to be okay to hold the bottom? And if so, should I mix up some of this ground bait, chuck some dead maggot in it, and then fish a ground bait feeder with cheese paste on the hook and see if I can draw more fish to my peg. I've got no corn. So I'll tell you what we'll do, we will get a what's that, 60 gram? 50 gram. I'm not sure 50's enough. 60 gram. Right, I'm going to chuck this 60 gram feeder on this right hand rod. Have a little chuck about and see if I can get it to hold opposite me. Oh, it is cold. It is meant to be warmer than this today. My hands are freezing. Right, take that off. See if I can get the 60 grams to hold. Geese are trying to tell me, I'm convinced that if I chuck it there, it's going to hold. Let's make a big bow and just see if it does, or whether it bounces down the river. It's bouncing down the river. And it's stopped. Maybe it has held. Has that held? I think so. If that was still bouncing down the river, that tip would keep bending down and then flicking back, right? Maybe that's enough then. Maybe that's enough. No, it's bouncing. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Well, I could switch rods and use this on the left. So that's what we're going to do. So I'll put that on the left hand rod. Again on the right hand rod. Right, let's move some ground bait up. Right, one bait, dynamite, big river. I've not brought anything to get any water with. Right, let's use the top of the flask then. Well done, Graham. dead maggot, that can go in. Yeah, no worries, Neil. Have a good day, mate. Right, I'll let that just soak that water up. Grab a bit of pellets. Maybe that's a bit too many. Chuck them in the middle. Fish worms on that cheese paste. Don't know. Chilly, chilly. Right, Dendra's back on this right hand rod. Get a pair of those, I think. Chuck a bit into ground bait, I think. Right, that's that right hand rod done. Chub or barbel, so chub like that and barbel like that, if I do. Fingers crossed. Certainly in this stretch it's just a question of finding out what they want to eat this morning.
They're sheltering in the lee of a little island, aren't they?
Huh?
The beach, a sheltering in the lee of the little island.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, good luck then.
Right, so we've got that feeder out to the left. Oh yeah, good. Hopefully some chub. There are some barbel in the stretch, but I think they're few and far between, and I think they're more to the right up in the weir pool. So, you know, chub and maybe some bream, but I don't know, so, you know, we're having a go. I caught chub further down the stretch, not too far, you know, 5 minutes walk to my left. On Christmas Day, there's a little video on the channel. I caught some chub on the pole feeder, and I thought I'd come up here today where I've caught plenty of fish in the summer, and see if I can catch some chub, or maybe hook a barbel. And I'm just having a bit of play with some cheese paste that I made for the first time yesterday, and I'm just switched the left hand rod to a feeder and the right hand rod to a worm's head, so I'm just mixing it up, seeing if there's anything that's going to catch me a fish. Let's see. I don't think that ground bait's wet enough. I think I might need to put a little bit more water than that. Needs to go a little bit more like a brick. Oh. A little bit more. I want it a little bit more stodgy than it is. It's a little bit too dry. So where are we? Little update. Just over 2 hours into the session. I fished on the River Thames in Abingdon, just down from Abingdon Lock. I'd come today to try and hook some chub, and I wanted to try out some cheese paste that I made yesterday with my daughter. It's a very stinky, smelly bait, so that's what we started off on. I've had no real bites that I would say were bites or clear indications. I've just switched the left hand rod to a swim feeder, a cage feeder, 60 gram. The river's pushing through. It's not crazy, but the river's pushing through. I'm holding the bottom on the right hand rod with a 2.5 ounce lead, and the feeders on the left hand rod, so I guess it's pushing round parallel to the bank with me, but that's fine. There's a tree to my left, I've got an island to my right. It looks lovely. So I'm just trying a few different baits to see if I can get myself a bite. Started on cheese paste. I've got the right hand rod currently on 2 dendrobinas, worms, and as I said, I've just started introducing ground bait on the left hand rod and see if that makes a difference. Yeah, it's cold. It was meant to be a bit, I think the temperature is probably about 5 or 6 degrees, but there's a 15-mile-an-hour wind that I think is knocking a couple of degrees off that. I'm chilly, if that makes sense. But I'm fishing, so I don't care. So I've caught chub in this stretch before. I caught them on Christmas Day up to my left, fishing a pole feeder. I wasn't sure what I was going to catch that day, and I ended up catching a really nice chub actually, and another one. There's a picture on the community tab of the YouTube channel, and there's a video of the live stream and an edit as well. So there's chub in this stretch. I don't know how many. Down quite a way to my left there's a pub called the Nag's Head, and I've fed the chub there in the summer, and they're, you know, they're plentiful and they're large. You know, I'm talking, you know, 5, 6. You know, I've seen some monster chub there. I don't know how big they would go, but so there's plenty of chub around, and but I just don't know quite where. So I'm fishing this peg today, and if I don't catch any chub out of it today, then I won't fish it the next time I come. But I fished here in the summer. I've caught some really nice perch. I've caught loads of fish on the whip. You know, there's loads of roach. You know, they're not here now, obviously, they've all cluttered off, but it is really nice. All the geese are on the move, finally. So I will just see. I'm really surprised that I can't hold the feeder on that right hand rod. I'd really like to. I'm just wondering if I can try something a bit different. What's that one? That is 40 gram with an extra ounce of lead. But that lead bounced at 2 ounces. It's just too heavy for the rods. So I hope everyone's having a good day. It's a bit chilly. I don't know if anyone else is planning to go fishing this weekend, but I think it's meant to get up to 10 degrees tomorrow where I am. Although I've got a busy day, so there's no fishing going to go on. I'm still just wondering whereabouts I'm chucking that feeder, whether I should just walk up and, you know, drop it. A little bit nearer to me. Still going to stick on the cheese paste for the moment on this feeder. Eventually I might switch it for a pellet, but walk over here and just drop it in, I think. So I think there could be chub working all the way along this bank. much line out at that angle. Feeder full of bait. Overhead. Okay, hopefully I didn't lose connection to the phone. So let's try and chuck a few casts down that way. Still too loose, that rig. That's better. Right. 1:30. Yeah, spring will soon be here. Spring will soon be here. I've just got a lot of confidence that there'll be chub by where this tree is to my left. You know, working their way around that feature. Whether this is right bait wise, you know, I haven't got a clue, right? I've got a stinky smelly hook bait on and I've got smelly stinky ground bait. So I've got to be in the right situation here, right? I might change that hook bait off of cheese paste though onto halibut pellet. Just because I've got some halibut pellets in the ground bait and it's going to go, you know, it would all sort of make a little bit more sense. So I'm going to time myself a hair rig up to use with it, I think. I should have enough bits and bobs. And maybe if I do this, then that rod will just bend over. And while I'm busy doing something else. want that. I think I want it pretty short. I don't know that that's tight enough for a chub. I think that hook bait's a little bit too far away. Just retie that knotless knot. What I want. So, switching to halibut pellet then on the left hand rod. I'm going to take it off the cheese paste. Keep it with the swim feeder though. Well, I think I've packed that a little bit out of that. It's making me think, if I could pack it that hard that it doesn't come out, but it's coming out really slowly, I could use that for just chucking it in the middle of the river. I wonder. Switch that out. Tight to that hook bait. Hold on geese, hold on geese, don't do that, that'd be crazy. Maybe that's a little tight to that hook length. A little bit short, but we'll see. again. Whoa, 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 geese. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, easy geese, easy geese, easy geese. Well, it's a nice stick, isn't it? Good job. Well, good angling there, Brian. That still looks alright. Bit of weed off. I thought I was in trouble with those geese just then. That's what you want, isn't it? You just sitting there, standing there about to cast or whatever. You got a rod in your hand and a rod on the rest, and suddenly 20 geese decide they're going to fly off in your direction, straight at you. Thankfully, no, I'm done. Now, I'm not 100% happy with the left-hand rod, with how short that hook length is, so I'm going to retie another one. It just felt a little bit too tight. So I'll just tie another one and then I'll switch it over. I'll bring it in. Ba-bum. Interestingly though, you know, there's no more fish to be had fishing like this currently than, you know, when I was fishing the pole feeder, and I was much more confident about fishing the pole feeder. I wonder if I should just come and do that in this peg. Just a little bit further up, you know, where that river's going around that island, I can fish the pole towards the island. Fish it at 14.5 metres. I think that might be the next thing to try. That day I caught those chub on double maggot on a size 18 hook. A little bit better. dog. That feels better. Certainly not action packed, is it? But I guess this is winter chub fishing, you know. No idea what you would classify as a good day. 2 chub, 3 chub, 5 chub, I don't really know, but currently on no chub. I'll recast that feeder. It's not emptying, clearly. Oh, yes it is. Change this hook length for something a little bit longer. Where did I just put the longer one? Right. Now where do we go? Back on the cheese paste on the other rod? Who knows? I'm not sure. Right, take this camera off a second. If I lose the stream, I'll be back. I won't be a second. Watch the rod. Absolutely the wrong place here. Right, hopefully still it. Just thinking I'm going to bring that rod in on the right and then got myself another stick, I think. No. Ran myself into a snag. Brilliant. Okay, only cost me a hook length. It's not so bad, I guess. Right. New hook length then. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that, mate. Not sure this is the session to do it though, right? I'm confidence is not high. If I was fishing for F1s at Tunnel Barn Farm, I'd be very happy. But right now I'm not exactly bouncy with joy, but consistency, I'm going to keep at it. And as I was saying, you've got to do sessions to find stuff out, you know. I will not be discouraged. This could be the best chance. It's a shame I can't get that field to hold in the middle of the river, because I would have cast it there. I do wonder if I pack that ground bait in a lot harder, would that be enough to mean it can hold bottom, and just as that bait sort of then slowly breaks away, the feeder might move in the end, and then when it does, you know, it's the time to recast it. That might be a thing. That might be a thing. Yeah, I saw on your thing that you'd done your motor. I had the engine go on a car years ago. I ended up getting a reconditioned one. Drove it for years after that. Get this left hand rod back in action, right hand rod. Yeah, can I chuck that feeder in the middle with the ground bait packed tightly and it slowly leak out? It'll be enough to hold the spot. Don't know. Right, so we're going to go back to cheese paste on this right hand rod. Absolutely honks, so it's doing the it's doing what it needs to do to be an attractive bait. Just thinking I'm going to chuck it. Go back to chucking it opposite me. Neil's going to tell me off, but he's not here. Right. There we go, all done. Tidy up, something to eat. Oh, did that left hand rod just... Hold on. Right, so I think what we'll do is I'm going to try hard to get that feeder off the back of this slack water in front of me. I think that's, I've got to try and do that, and I've got a little bit of extra weight, and I'm going to put it on that feeder and try and get that to hold the bottom in front of me. So I'll cast that rod first, big bow, and this right hand rod I'm going to chuck further up the river and fish it right in the middle of this bit of the river to my right. Okay, so you can see the island, and I'm going to fish it in this middle bit here with cheese paste. So that's going to be the plan. So I'm gonna, yeah, leave it set like that. Cheese paste up to the right, not into that, you know, not into those trees, but certainly over towards where those trees are. I'm going to chuck this one. So upstream, actually, yeah, over towards the trees. Over towards the trees. There we go. So it's 3/4 of the way over. Nice big bow. Hopefully that's going to hold somewhere over there. Feeder with the pellet. Hopefully that's going to untangle. Shouldn't be able to tangle really. Right. Then this one, I'm going to lob this straight in front of me, slightly to the right. What's that right hand rod doing? Bouncing down the river, is it? Slightly to the right. I'll do that in a second. In what I believe is that slack water where the geese were. Not quite far enough. But again, I'm going to feed out a big bow. Like that. Hopefully, going to just adjust some stuff. Move that a bit more central. No, need it on the angle, otherwise you won't be able to see any bites. I think that's all right, that right hand rod. Left hand rod, not so sure, so I'm going to recast it. I want it a little bit further out into the river. Right. Yeah, that's where I want that. Feed out a big old line. Something like that. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. No, it's not really my style of fishing, Mick. You know, I'm normally fishing carp commercials, catching fish on a pellet waggler and that type of stuff, and only because we've moved 2 years ago next to the river have I started fishing it. I haven't fished the river for, up until that point I've not fished the river since I was like 17, 18. So no, I don't have a view, so I've just, you know, I've gone for some stinky smelly big river ground bait, you know. It's got a bunch of halibut pellets in it, crushed pellets and all that sort of stuff, so I'll see how it gets on. It makes my hands a bit red, but I fish with sweet F1 Sonia baits, ground bait, more than anything else, you know, potting loads of it down the edge for £10 carp. So I've got, I can't really see that rod on the right. I'll see it move. But I think it's alright, this big river ground bait. So we'll try this. So I've got the left-hand rod, which has got the feeder on it. I'm chucking it into the middle of the river, into what I believe is the slack water where the geese were sitting, and I've got the right hand rod cast quite a way up to my right, 3/4 of the way over this little this part of the river, with cheese paste on it. I can't quite see the bend in the rod. That's better. Give this a go. If I was a chub and I was living in this peg, I would think I'd be left by the tree, and maybe I'd be up by that island and around that island and in those branches. Maybe that's, you know, perfect. And it could be that actually I shouldn't fish this spot. I should fish further to my right, where it's narrower and it's trees on the far side on that island. But you don't know till you do it, so I'll try and fish a few different places in the peg today and see how I get on. I've got a club match on the river in a few weeks' time, and I think for that, if it's pushing through like this, I'll fish a pole feeder. Right, what's the time? 12:08. Yeah, you got to keep, yeah, if I was fishing the pole feeder today, I'd fish a river mix and I'd have some soil in it for the stuff, and I'd ball it in, and you know, I'd fish neat over the top of it, so it'd be completely different to what I'm doing here. I thought I might be able to come here and chuck a few leads around with a bit of cheese paste on it and maybe pick off some fish without the need for the ground bait, but I've had a couple of hours at that and it's produced nothing, so let's see. There's definitely chub to my left, you know, way down there. That's where I caught them at Christmas. But I would have to believe they're up here as well. They might not be. I'm by no means an experienced river angler. This is a combined sum of knowledge of fishing the river for one year, nearly 1 year, maybe 1 year. I'm very happy about catching in the summer though. I've got, you know, I can catch plenty of fish here on the whip. I can catch on a pole. I can catch on a stick float through this section here. Plenty of fish, big perch. I can fish a flat float. Actually, one of the sessions I want to do here next year is a proper flat float session with chop worm, just going for big perch. So I've got a few options lined up. I'll get this one back out and then I'll get the other one recast. Getting a bit muddy underfoot here, actually. A big old bend in that left hand rod. I'm not happy with that at all, really. I've put a big bow out as well. I don't even know how I would expect to see a bite there. Try and get all that ground bait out if I can. Oh, that doesn't look good, does it? Snag. Oh. Come on, feeder, bounce out. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Thanks very much, River. So where was that? That wasn't that far over either. Maybe there's a lot more debris under in that little bit of slack water than I would care to think about. Right. Stay with the feeder. Forgot to put the bead on. Let my ring go. Oh, still on there. just going to put a little bit extra lead on this feeder, then I'm going to chuck it a little bit more to the left. Let's put 2 of those on. Hook length required, and then we'll get back out. What am I going to put on this? Peace mates are back then. Just go with a worm this time. I think we won't put a hair on it. Just gonna have another go at fishing a couple of worms on the hook. Yeah, that's true, Mick. But as you say, like if you can't get your presentation right, it's very annoying. But I've chucked another ounce of lead on the new feeder, so I'm going to get that hopefully to stay where I want it to stay. And if not, you know, I'll live and learn a little bit more, but let's get that sorted out. Try double worm again off the back of the feeder in the middle of the river. See if I can get it to stay where I want it to stay. If not, I'll go back to a straight lead, or have another couple of chucks with that feeder down this left hand edge. speed round the wrong way. Flustered. Need another cup of tea, is what it is. Got a bite on the right hand rod, I think. Yeah, I do. Right, I've got it stuck in my hand, I can't drop it. Oh no, it was a big piece of weed. Oh, you kidder. You kidder. I was trying to be really calm then. It's like, got a bite, it's going to be calm and cool, it's all going to be cool. I'll get to it in a minute. Look back, it was still moving. That was funny, that was. So we'll go for double dendrobina. The end's pulled off. Sling this a little bit further away from that, so I have to put it over there. That'll do. Wash. Got another piece of line on that right hand rod. Not a piece of line, but a piece of weed. Sticks to the middle of the river then. For that. A few saps. We're back on it. Good. Can I have a cup of tea now? I think so. Right, where are we? 12:30. So I started fishing at 9. So it's 3.5 hours for, I don't know if I've had any bites, and I've lost one lead, one feeder. Now when I fished the on Christmas Day, I fished further down to my left and I fished the pole feeder. I don't think it was any faster than this, sorry, slower than this in the river pace. And I had 2 chub that day. I caught them on double maggot. And I left that day feeling pretty happy. And then I came back the next day, Boxing Day, and I fished again. And I blanked fishing the pole feeder further up. Now I thought it was shallower the second day, and that's why I didn't catch. Now I then did a load of research, fishing the rivers, fishing smelly baits and that type of thing, which made me think if I came down and fished pretty simple rigs with some cheese paste, it would be more attractive to the chub. Because what I thought about on Christmas Day was it wasn't attractive enough to the chub, and that's why I didn't catch. And I've come here today in this peg. I've got snagged up more than I intended to in front of me, and I haven't caught down to the left as I thought I might. So I'm left wondering at the moment, what's the best way to get a good day's fishing over this stretch of the river in the winter? Because 3.5 hours for no clonking bites and no fish on the bank is not good enough. Simply put, it's not good enough. So it could be that I'm fishing the wrong spot. It could be that I'm fishing the wrong method. It could be that the river's pushing through a bit too fast, which it's making the presentation a bit hard out in the flow, out in front of me. I don't really know. I will make a note of the conditions today and what I'm doing, and and be able to say, well, that didn't work. It's not if I've caught one fish and then it didn't work like really efficiently. It's like it's not working at all. So I need to have a little think about this. Maybe the fish are more tucked into those trees further up. I should be fishing further to the right. Or maybe where I caught the fish before would be a better option today. And fishing it with a smellier bait, I don't know. Or maybe fishing on the pole feeder here with a smellier bait is a better idea. That could also be a thing. The water's pretty murky. The smelly bait should be good, but I caught one double maggot before, or double fluoro pinky, I think it was. Or 3 fluoro pinkies on an 18. Maybe I need to ball it. Maybe I need to pre-bait. Don't know. Yeah, I do, Mick. I've done a bit in this last season. I had a 26-pound pike up to my right. There's a short little video of it on the channel. Caught that on a mackerel. That was right by the weir. I caught that up there, and I've caught pike along this stretch on the feeder while I'm fishing for roach, and I've caught pike on a hooked pike on a whip, all sorts. There's plenty of pike in this stretch here. And I've done a little bit of pike fishing at Orchid Lakes, and had, you know, generally one fish per session out there, but I'm very new to pike fishing, so my expectations are not massive. There's definitely more rubbish coming down the river now. There's another bit of weed stuck on that right hand rod. I'm gonna leave it, but it's a bit annoying. And I'll bring that right hand rod in. I just know that there's a early stream that I did last year. I was fishing a stick float further down, way further down the river to my left, and in front of a tree. I just feel if I was down at that peg today, just dropping this in front of that tree, I might have some success. But I fancied this. Yeah, it is, mate. It is. It really is. you know, I came down here early in the season, I would say, this year, and so back of June, early July, and there was someone fishing to my right off the front of the island, I would say. You know, I was just chatting to him and said, you know, there's a big hole in front here, and you know, loads of people fish it for chub and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay. I've not seen one person fish the peg since. And when I came back, he hadn't caught anything. So I'm gonna have to, you know, learn the river, which I don't mind. I'm thinking I don't have 20 years to learn the river, but my son does. So in 20 years' time, he can be the local expert on this stretch of the river. I think that's called ignoring you, isn't it?
Food, come on. Get here.
I think all dogs are fishermen.
Well, she certainly likes fishermen.
Yeah.
She just likes to hang out.
Yeah, I think they all do.
Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. Good girl.
It does make me laugh. It does make me laugh. You're not allowed to use hemp on the stretch, Mick. It's a really weird rule. So the council control the fishing on this stretch of the river. So the council own the fishing on it. Some ancient ruling back to however early, you know, in history, and so they grant me free fishing because I live in the town, which is great. So I can't knock that because it's £10 a day. I think if you don't, and but they have a rule and they say no hemp on the stretch. I don't know how many people pay attention to it or don't pay attention to it, but I abide by it. I would never want, you know, someone of authority to be watching and seeing that I'm breaking the rules, and you know, that's the end of my license. But I wouldn't do that anyway. That's just, I'm not that kind of person. But yeah, there's a rule that says no hemp on the stretch. I suspect it dates back to a time when, you know, people thought it was, you know, just pure drugs. But yeah, it's a weird one. But yeah. So I'm just going to try all different things in this peg. You know, next thing is I'm going to chuck the feeder back to the left, back towards the tree with the double worm. And I'm going to have a little think about the right hand rod. Yeah. I'm going to just play this session out doing these things, and then, you know, I'll be comfortable that I can rule them out for doing it again. Certainly in this peg, you know, where I'm chucking it is wrong, and you know, even as I say that to you, I'm thinking, don't chuck that lead up that right hand side as far as I have again. Don't do it again, chuck it somewhere else. Doesn't seem like the smart thing to do. I think that sticking with the feeder in the middle and the left is, it just seems like the right things to do, you know, and I wouldn't expect it to be instant, so I'm happy to carry on with that. Chucking the lead up with a bit of cheese paste up on the right hand side in the middle of the river seems, you know, on reflection, you know, it's worth a chuck, but if I don't catch, I shouldn't keep chucking it in the same place. I've got a choice. I can chuck it nearer to the island, or I can chuck it towards the middle, or I could chuck it down the edge, you know. There's a depth of water straight off the side here. It's it's like a man-made bank to the river. You know, maybe I could just chuck it up the bank. So I think I should explore that at least once, you know. It's the Thames, Mick, in Abingdon. It's just down from Abingdon Lock. If you Google Maps Abingdon Lock and then just put layers in, and then I'm just down to the left on a grassy bank, you'll see it on Google Maps. In the summer, this is covered in canal boats. There'd be one moored here, another one, and maybe another one. There'd be 3 canal boats here. That looked like a bite. There's nothing on the end of it, but it looked like a bite. There'd be 3 canal boats moored here in the summer. And it's taken me a year, not a year, it's taken me a while to realise that actually they all moor here overnight in the summer, and then by 10 o'clock they've all sort of gone off for their little trips up and down the river, so you can happily fish here, you know, set the box out. But you need to not bother coming before 10 o'clock, otherwise there'll just be a load of boats. Right. There's that one redone. What am I doing with this right hand rod? Something different. Let's go for get that weed off the top of the rod. Come down. Cheese paste under my feet. Let's try that for a chuck. Oh, is that a bite on the left? Right, we're going to do cheese paste just out in front of me for a chuck. I think, and then I'll switch these rods over and I'll do cheese paste down the left and I'll chuck the feeder on and just put it on the right hand rest. So I'm just going to pop this in the middle of the river in front of me. There. Oh. But it's a lovely stretch, you know. On the channel there's a video of me doing whip fishing with my kid. We're just basically sitting a little bit farther to my right with our legs over the edge, just fishing a 3 metre whip, catching all day long. Roach, dace, chublets, and trying to avoid the bleak. And then there's another video where I catch a big bream fishing to the right, fishing on a float. There's another video fishing to the right again, catching a big perch on a flat float, while my son's catching loads of roach. So in the summer this is rammed full of fish, this run here, absolutely rammed full of fish. Just feels natural to me that there would be chub here in the winter, but I'm not a chub expert, and maybe the chub are all held up somewhere else in a deep hole. I just need to fish a few spots to work it out, you know. Time on the bank and all that. Maybe the next thing to do actually is to change both to a feeder, chucking one out the middle and one down the left hand side. Maybe that's the next a little idea. also fish feeder to the middle and then chuck the lead further down the river but on the same line, so as that bait runs down the river it'll go through that second setup, which I might do. In fact, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do next. Move the feeder to the right hand rod, still chuck it in the same place, and then chuck the other rod further down the river but on the same sort of distance. Try that. Yeah, I'll certainly have a good old think about why have I not caught today. And this guy in the there's a guy in the channel, I think you were speaking to him earlier, Mick, Neil. Neil's a proven specimen angler that does a lot of this type of fishing, or has done a lot of this type of fishing over the years. I'm sure he's going to write me up like a school report. You know, this is not my field of expertise. If you want to see my expertise, just go and watch the club match at Panshill Fisheries, and see me catch a bunch of carp on the pole. That's more my natural situation. Or go and watch me fishing the pole masters at Tunnel Barn Farm. That's where I'm normally cutting it. This is new to me. Even the concept of fishing two rods, that's alien. And I really don't know what a good day would, should, or could look like, Right, but let's get this one out, because we're going to put that on the right hand side. Let's get that safe. And we'll get this rod out. With the feeder out, and then I'll chuck this one out on the same line, so I get sort of two lots of benefit out of that. Ground bait. Those two worms look sad, to be honest. Ground bait. Right, that's good. So, hello, Glenn. Should sit around each other. In the next episode of dog walkers that can't control their dog. Might be able to have to ban chub fishing on the channel. Yeah, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. I might ban chub fishing from the channel now. Can't be a bite. It's just the lead bouncing down the river. This is just a social stream today now. That's all it is. We're just chatting. I'm certainly learning a lot about it. How the pressure, look, just bounce, 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 bounce. I'll chuck it down here in a second because I know it won't bounce a lot as much. Yeah, no, you're right. You know, I'm sure that I could be more successful if I would look to nick a fish under this tree, then look to nick a fish under the next tree, then look at, you know, there's a good 4 or 5 spots, 6 or maybe 4 or 5, 6 spots that I would have a chuck for a chub down this left hand bank, and even further. And I've got a ticket, you know, the whole way. And the town's just been upgraded. I've got a 5G signal here, and I didn't have a 5G signal here a few months ago. So there's a new mast that's gone up within range, which should prevent the stream from cutting out as I get to the town. But so I think we might do a roaming chub video next. We're not going to do a sit here and try and catch chub, I don't think. I am tempted to do the pole feeder though to my right and have a go, but I'm not massively sure. But there's certainly 5 or 6 spots here and beyond where I could just look to chuck a, you know, a rig around a tree. But I must admit, I did think that I thought that I would catch a fish fishing with 2 rods like this here today, but maybe not. I thought it'd be a nice little, something different, getting back onto the river for a session today, and then I've got a match on the river in a couple of weeks. Then I'll be back to fishing lakes once the ice is gone. And then, as I was saying, I think what I might do is I might take a week off, you know, just after the start of the season, and then do some really early or really late barbel sessions through here. Now I do have a permit to fish. I've got a lock and weir license, which is, you have to get that in addition to everything else on the planet. I've got a lock and weir license which allows me to fish a peg right up there, just to the left of that building, and that's where I had the big pike in the beginning of the year. And there was somebody who was fishing there like the week before, and he had some big chub, but the only thing was, it was quite snaggy. And he said you really have to spend a lot of time to work out where the boulders are, because there's boulders pushed into the river intentionally to help drive the water off the weir in a particular way. I think that's what they're there for. I certainly need to understand a little bit more about that peg. No, it could be that I should have gone there today. Maybe I could have fished up there today. And you wouldn't hear anything today if I went there today, because the weir is so, the water coming off the weir is so, you know, it's so violent and crashing and churning around, you wouldn't be able to actually hear me. But I could fish there. I hadn't thought about that. Are you using a like a Starlink, Mick? I first started my streams using a Starlink for portable Wi-Fi. You know, Bosch satellite, which is all right, but it disconnected too often. It cut me out. I didn't know if that was because I was doing it through the laptop, so there was another weak point, and then I was hardwiring the laptop to the Wi-Fi router and stuff like that. But I'd be interested to know what it is you use, Mick. Check that feed up. Right, I think we'll bring the left hand one. Just have a little lob of it towards that tree. What are you doing, right hand rod? Settling, or is that a fish? Come on, just wrap the rod over like a crazy thing. I would have thought I'd get a bite eventually off of that on a double worm. You know, there are bream here in the stretch, you know. I don't know if the bream stay here in the winter, but I've certainly caught them in the summer, or I've had one in the summer, and I know there's bream down through this part of the river. Yeah, please Mick, I just want to check it out and see what it is. Really my setup shouldn't be a single camera. I originally did it with a laptop and I had 3 cameras, and it was, you know, I really liked it, and I was just messing about with that, and I'll probably go back to that in the summer because I had a problem getting a thing, but then I worked out I could tether it to my phone pretty easy, so I might go back to that. It's just more stuff to carry, so it's really only suited to going somewhere where I'm parking behind the peg. Whether this is more easy and convenient. I get decent videos out of this, I guess, when I got the 2 cameras. See you later, mate. I agree with it might not be the water temperature, it's just the temperature. I'm quite cold. I've just had that thought go shooting through my head of, wouldn't it be nice to have a nice warm bath? As I come up to what? I've got another half an hour and that'll be 5 hours. I would like a fish though, you know. Yeah. Yeah. I like the lives because I think fishing as a pastime, I think it really lends itself well to the to the live format. I think it's good. You know, I think you can, you know, learn a lot from people chatting about fishing whilst fishing, you know. And I don't mind the editing on the videos as well. Especially if I've won the match, you know. Leave them a bit longer. Nature is calling, so I will be back in a second. Stream drops out, I might put it back on my car, but I do need to just pop to the loo. So, I'll leave you there for a second. Right, should still be it. Let's just put that rod just back out into the river again. I think it's fine when I'm chucking it that feeder. Just not sure that anything's interested today, but it doesn't feel like it's in the wrong place, despite me not catching. I'm just going to switch that left hand rod to a couple of worms under that left hand side, I think. Oop. Have we? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, watch the rods. Let's talk about goals for next season. I want a tench that's nearly £10 off Orchid Lakes Club Lake. I want a bream that's £10 off Orchid Lakes Club Lake. I want a catfish over £30 at Orchid Lakes. And I want a £20 pike at Orchid Lakes. That's sort of my Orchid Lakes line-up for the year. I want to have a good result in the Daiwa Pole Masters at Tunnel Barn Farm. A good result is top third of the table. The quality of angler at that event is just crazy. Lots of sponsored anglers as well. So if I can come top third in that, I'll be very happy with that. Geese, go that way. Don't go that way, geese. Go the other way. Go out further in the river. Gosh. What else do I want to do? Win some matches of gold. Fish a couple of big money qualifiers, I think. To check when the dates for tickets become available for maybe match this, golden rod, fishing mania, that type of stuff. What else do I want to do? Might take a rod down south coast and do a bit of sea fishing. Get that on stream. Get to Tunnel, fish some open matches at Tunnel Barn, I think, maybe. And then see if we can get some streams where I do go for a wander around trying to catch some chub. Next winter, although it's probably still possible this winter. Just need to alter the setup. There'll be some decent goals. Got to get the channel over 1,000 members. I'm rapidly approaching the 500 mark. As we come up to the 1 year anniversary, I think it's March. I think I did my first live stream. So as we come up to that mark, I'm coming up to the 500 member mark, and then through next year, let's push that through to 1,000. I think that'd be fantastic. But at the same time, get a little bit better at editing videos. And stop these sentences that I do where I start and say about 3 words and then stop because I'm watching rods. And some may say that I should say right a little bit less, but I've got a streaming pal called Tim Allen who streams on Twitch, and he loves the fact that I say right all the time. So I can't stop it because I'll upset Tim. Right, where are we? It's 20 to 2. 2 o'clock. I'll have been fishing for 5 hours. I might have had a bite in that time, I don't really know. I've struck a couple of times, but it could just be as the feeders or the bombs are just bumping down the river. So I'm not too sure. It's certainly quite chilly today, colder than I thought, and the river's pushing through, but not crazy compared to what I've seen it. You know, it's definitely pushing through, but I've seen it more. But if it doesn't rain for the next couple of weeks, maybe it's going to ease off a bit more. It'd be really nice, I don't know. Maybe it's off the back of this cold spell and it's just a bit too cold, I don't know. Well, it's definitely time for another cup of tea. It's time for the last cup of tea, I should say. They're making me really uneasy the way that they're launching themselves out of this bag. It's like this whole lot's going to go in a minute. I just can feel it. 2, 5, 10, 20, 15, 20, 25. There's about 30 geese in that flock that's still there. Oh, that's probably the word flock. And I've just got this feeling they're just going to... Here we go. Here we go. This one's suggesting it. Last time they all flew towards me. And how I didn't end up with geese in the rods, I don't really know, but I didn't. Oh, now they've got a different idea. They're going up behind the back of the island. No, they're coming this way again. No, they're definitely going to go up. Take off a little bit further down the river, please. Oh no, change their mind again. None, Chris. This is an exploratory session today, which has resulted in the grand sum of 0 fish. And cold fingers. See that geese? What they're going to do is they're going to take off, turn left, fly around a couple of times, and they're going to land to my right, further up the river. What you got to do, Chris, is you'll have to watch one of my videos on the channel. The last couple that I put up, either the big F1 surprise or the 54-pound Pansil fisheries win. You have to watch that. You see me catching a few fish. Canal boat? What's a canal boat doing moving on a day like today? This place is covered in canal boats in the summer, and this one here, it needs to come this side because he's got to get this side of the river for the lock, and he looks like he wants to be this side straight away, so I'm going to have to move that right hand rod, otherwise I'm going to hook a canal boat in about 20 seconds. All right. Yeah, they have to come this side of the river and go to the right side of those buoys to get up for the lock. Otherwise, if they go to the left, they'll get stuck on a sandbank. That's what the buoys indicate for them. Right, let's keep plugging away. Right, what is it? 10 to 2. us in this situation. That flock of geese has left. I think that flock originally was about 60, 70 strong. Half of it left a few hours ago, and then the other half's gone. And there's these 2 geese left. And they're just chatting away as they go down the river, as if to say, where's all the others gone? I think there must be a bit of weed or similar on that right hand rod, which is causing it to move as it is. So I'm going to have to just move that and find out. It's really funny. It feels like there's a fish on there every time I bring it in. You say like, oh look, Graham's got a fish on. It's like catching carp. So I've got an 8-pound carp on the end, and I've got a feeder with a leaf. And it creates that much resistance. Get it out again. Good afternoon, everybody. Join me on a chub fishing session on the River Thames in Abingdon. And unfortunately, I've caught no chub and nothing else. But I've tried a few things, and on that basis, it's not a wasted trip. I was convinced that if I came here with smelly ground bait, chucked it out, smelly cheese paste, chucked it out, that I would catch today, and I've not. Now, when I came and fished Christmas Day further down to the left, I did catch. I caught 1 fish on 3 fluoro pinkies, chub that is, and I can't remember what the other one was on. Might have been double maggot. I'd have to check on the video. But I left that session thinking that I wasn't fishing correctly to catch the chub that are here. You know, everything else in the river has left. You know, all of the roach and the little chublets and the dace, you know, and the perch, they've all gone out of this stretch of the river during the winter and the flood period. So all those fish have gone, or they're held up somewhere and they're not really interested in feeding. But I think they've all gone back up the tributaries. The local ones to this stretch are the River Ock, which runs along through the town, that managed to flood Sainsbury's, Tesco's, and turn Tesco's into a swimming pool. And the other one is, the name's going to escape me, but they're these 2 of the small tributaries, and there's one up by to my right to the lock as well. I can't remember what that's called. So I believe that all the small fish head up those rivers to get out of the way of the floods and the power of the Thames during the winter. So they've all gone. So when I caught a couple of chub down to the left, I thought that maybe I would catch more chub if I fished a different way, and I've come up here today and I've done just that. I fished with a feeder. I had a few chucks with a halibut pellet on it. I fished most of the day with at least one of the rods on a cheese paste. And I think that, you know, my view is that the chub either came up to me when I caught those ones down on the left. If you were to look on this stretch of river on Google Maps, essentially you've got Abingdon Lock, the grass bank that I'm on, and the next grass bank is Abbey Meadows, or opposite Abbey Meadows. Then you've got further down, there's a grass bank by the Nag's Head, and then further on there's definitely chub that live around the Nag's Head pub. And then I fished opposite Abbey Meadows, so let's say two stretches up. And it could be that those fish just came up the river, but they won't come this far. It could also be that there are a load of chub around here, but they're further up to my right, and they are underneath all of these trees to my right, and that's where they're held up. And where I'm fishing is just too far out of the cover for them. It could be that. I thought they might be in the slack water behind the island. I've had a few casts there, but I just get snagged up, which is really unfortunate. But there's overhanging tree, you know, it's coming this way, so you've got to expect that it loses a few branches. And if there's not a lot of, you know, force of water, they're not going far. Or a snag's been pushed under. There's, you know, if I look right, if I look all the way to my right, there's a tree in the river that's stuck on a sandbank. You have no idea where that's even come from. But that's when that moves like that. There's no fish on that, but my brain says that's a bite, and maybe that was. So yeah, I thought it was going to be all right. So I've tried some stuff out today. You know, I'm going to persist with this feeder into the middle of the river. I'll swap those worms because they look a bit tired and washed out. I'm going to keep going for a bit. And chalk this up to another day of trying to learn some more about the river in the winter. Certainly this stretch. Yeah, it's been uneventful. Yeah, you could do. In amongst those, I'm sure. There's a couple of things I want to do in the summer along this stretch. I want to fish just further to my right. And have a good day here fishing the pole with a flat float, chopped worm, lots of chopped worm and caster for big perch. I caught one last year, and I want to catch one that's more than 4 pounds this year. That's a definite target out of this area. I also think you can fish tight up against that island, and if I come in with the rods in the summer, when the flow's not a lot, I can clip up and I can get a feeder towards that island and try and catch some fish against there. Definitely going to try and do that there. And then I'm going to have to have a few sessions roaming up and down in the winter. So I'm going to start making a list of things I want to do next year and fish I want to try and catch on the channel, and let's see if we can sort that out. Bearing in mind this is just one venue of many venues that I fished this year, and you know, I think I'll probably fish more venues next year. Certainly going to be series in the summer that I'm going to do around fishing down this stretch of the river in the evening in the summer. You do get a lot of boats down this way, so sometimes it's a bit difficult to get somewhere to fish, but I think I'm going to do quite a few evenings, make some nice video out of it, you know. That'll be the plan. If you're liking the stream, by the way, and you're not subscribed, if you can hit that subscribe button, that'd be great. And if you are subscribed, if you can hit that like button, that'd be great. It's all good visibility for the channel, and every little bit helps in terms of channel visibility. So I'd appreciate that, thank you. This is currently looking like the second session that I've streamed and I'm going to blank, which I'm very uncomfortable about. I had a couple of choices today. I could come to the river, risk a blank, I could go, actually I think that's probably the biggest danger, you know. You could go winter carping and fish commercial for carp, and there's a danger of blanking at this time of the year. I thought less of a risk than more a risk than this. And then you could also go to look to catch some F1s, but because it's been so cold this past week, you know, a lot of venues are reporting that lakes are frozen, so you could have ended up with a frozen lake. Just watching that rod on the right, look at the way it's just bounced. But I think that's the feeder moving. It's got to be the feeder moving. I think that's what I struck at last time. So yeah, it was always going to be hit and miss today, and I think I've missed, unfortunately. Maybe I could make a video out of it, and okay, that right hand rod's just done the same, kick back and then go forward again, but I think it's the feeder moving. If Neil's watching this and he's screaming strike, then I haven't got the message. Maybe I could stay for another couple of hours and then go to the fish and chip shop on the way home and say, well, at least I got some fish eventually. Maybe that's the thing to do. Fishing trip to the Thames. What did you catch? Large cod and chips. That's what I got. There's two cormorants sitting in the tree to my right. As you can see, they're up there. Two cormorants. They've been sitting there for hours. You know, even they're not bothering to go fishing, you know. They're just sitting up there. See you later, Chris. Ta-ra, mate. So there's another cormorant that's on my right. He's diving in the river. He, she. See if it comes up with anything. No was the answer, and it was on my right hand side and it appeared all the way down there on the left. I didn't see it have any fish. No, girl. Unfortunately, it's looking like another blank, which is all right. I'm out fishing, I'm having fun, had a nice chit chat today. Plenty of people around, but yeah, no. This session is not providing the fish entertainment that I hoped it might. I don't know what I thought actually. You know, I fished Christmas Day and had 2 chub on the pole feeder. I don't know if that was a good day or a bad day, but no, it was a good day. But I did fish completely differently. I fished on the pole feeder. I put 6 or 10 balls in to start with. Caught chub or maggot. So I'm fishing completely differently today. I thought this would be more effective. I'm in a different spot, but I do think it'd be more effective, but it seems not. I'm just sitting here at the moment, and I'm starting to daydream about fishing Orchid Lakes, Club Lake in the summer, either for monstrous bream, and they're really big in that lake. And I had like one session this year having a go for them. Had a few big bream. Actually, that's not true. I had 2 sessions. I had one on the pole. I ended up hooking a bunch of catfish and catching a bunch of bream. And I also had a session fishing for them on a pellet feeder. And I had a load of bream on that day. I'm just thinking about how am I going to catch 10-pound bream out of that lake. So I think they're that big in there. And I'm also thinking about fishing that lake again, my son and I, with 2 rods each, fishing worms on a pop-up, trying to catch big catfish. Because there's loads of catfish in the lake, so. I'm definitely thinking about that, but I also think I'm just thinking about being warmer than I currently am, because it's a bit chilly. Right, how long's that? 5 hours and 15 minutes nearly. If this was a match, it'd be all over. It'd be all over. Blank. Did not weigh. What's the next option? I think the next option is just checking that this has got some worms on it still. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. And the worms still got life. Right. I'm going to walk over and I'm going to drop it down. This is what I think I should be doing on my chub fishing session. I should be coming down to bits like this. So there's a post there, post and post. I should just be dropping it in there. Do I like that? No, let's just drop it here by this post. Just out the way of the river. What am I doing? Out the flow. There. Duff. Right. Let's see if that produces a fish. I thought as I turned around and then I sort of turned around and was walking back, I would see that the other rod would be slammed over, but unfortunately not. That's probably in a really bad position actually. So if I hook anything, I think I'm just gonna get myself into a lot of trouble really quickly. I'm going to move it. I don't quite like that. Oh. Yeah. Well, that's not where I expected it to become a problem. Okay. But I think maybe I'll drop it down here. Fish it against this board. gonna change the hook length on that right hand rod. I'll keep the feeder, and I'm going to put one of these Preston pre-tights, as if I'm trying to catch a bream, which is at 0.17 to a size 14, 1 metre hook length. And I'm going to have a couple of chucks with that. Still on the worm, but a smaller piece of worm. And see if that can catch me a fish. That one on. Small piece of worm. I'll tuck it with a dead maggot that I threw in the groundbait. There we go. And let's chuck that out. See what that does for me. I'm going to put that landing out on the right hand side and be confident that I'm going to hook a fish in a minute. Walk it to the right to net it. So it's a big change on the right hand rod. I've gone from full size dendrobinas, big ones on a size 4 hook. Scaled it right down. I don't know if that was a bite or not. I really don't know if that was a bite or not. I'm gonna have to watch that back. It might have been, it might be my imagination. I might be delirious. Imagine if there's a big shoal of bream just sitting there looking at my size 4 hook today going, not a chance, mate. That definitely looked like a bite to me. left hand rod. Put another bit of cheese paste on there, I think, and chuck it down the edge. Geese do not land on my rods, please. Hello again. These two, look. It's our mates, they've all come back. That's quite funny, look. These two geese that were like left on their own. So do you reckon those geese, you know, what have they done? They've gone for a little fly around to stretch their legs, or did they go and then realise that two of their mates weren't there and they've flown back to get them? You know, just what's going on there? I'm only on a size 12 on the feeder one now, Mick. I would generally only ever thread a worm up the shank of a hook if it's a lug worm. Or think about it like that, if it's a lug and then you had success with that, Mick, have you? Time off too. Well, you are now. Don't worry.
Sorry.
It's all right.
You alright?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
These invisible lines. Yeah.
The line might be invisible, but I'm not invisible, am I? At least you had the courtesy to ask. Even if it was a little bit late. Yeah, but if they're doing that though, Mick, they're not fish I'm interested in catching, right? The breaming here are 4 or 5 pound slabs. You know, they'll inhale that worm, no problem. You know, the perch are 5 pound, 4 pound, 3 pounds, you know. I don't expect to be catching small perch and small ropes. They've departed the river. There's bigger fish to there. Right down the edge doesn't seem to do anything. Drop that back towards the tree. And then all the geese return to exactly the same spot. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-boom. See, I think in the summer that could be a really nice chuck over there, you know. It's the middle of the river there on a feeder. There's a lot of issues with small fish. You know, but I think if you were to put enough bait in and maybe fish some bigger baits, you know, like double corn and things like that, you might have a good day on the bream, I don't know. Or if you're just better off fishing the pole, and then if the bream want to come, they'll come on the pole line anyway. As I was saying, the thing you can find is that this has permanently got a boat parked in it in the summer. Well, small hook on the feeder line seems to be to no avail. Unfortunately. I'm thinking that I'm going to be going home soon. Afternoon, everybody. No, geese, do not take off this way. Do not go off down the river. Down the river. Down the river. We've gotten all right during today. You've not managed to swim into my lines, but dogs change their minds, look. They want to get out of the river where that gentleman is standing with his dog, clearly, in my mind. Right, I think it's time to pack up. Much as I've pains to say that. I can't get over that line now, it's so cold. Right, we'll get this one done and the rest of the gear done, and then we'll do the other one last, obviously. Right. Slightly uneventful today. that's the way it goes, I guess. Right, we'll get that put in there. Dump that in the river. There's hardly anything to pack up actually. Length in there and that in there. Sitting here in the desperate hope. I was standing here in the hope that, not desperate, but the hope that that goes round in the last seconds of the session. It's just sitting there motionless. Yeah, I think it's going to be looking forward to diving in the bath for a couple of hours. Thanks for joining me as always, I appreciate it. And as I was saying earlier, I've got a match in a couple of weeks on the river, all being well, and I think if the river's running through as much as this, oh look, I forgot that ham baguette, that's a bonus. I'll fish the pole feeder. It's too fast to run a float through. It's too fast to put a run through. If I've got some slack water, it's a stretch of the river I've never fished before, so I don't really know what to expect. But I'll see how it goes. I think I'll fish the pole feeder and fish a combination of maggot, and I'll also have some cheese paste with me. I think that's certainly something that I'm going to do. So I've got the two options. I am just waiting for that tip to slam over, just because I'm looking to pack up and go home. But I don't think it's going to, unfortunately. Right. The only good thing about, well, not the only good thing about this, one of the good things about this, it doesn't take long to sort my gear out, you know? Bish bash bosh and we're nearly done. Right, that's all you get, Rod. Okay, if there was just a big fat 4-pound brain just sitting there within its mouth. Unfortunately not. Get that put in that bucket. So yeah. That has been the end of the stream, I guess. Let's say thanks for coming. You've spent the day here, I really appreciate it. And if you're sitting there going, oh, should I subscribe to this guy's channel or not? He didn't catch any fish. The answer is yes. I normally do. But it's still winter. I'll get that put away. What I might do actually, I might make a little edit of all the times where I've struck and gone, oh, is that fish? No. Is that fish? No. Is that fish? No. I might make that into a little short. bits. They're quite good, these. I like these stands from Coram. It's not paid marketing. I kind of like them. I get the feeling if I wanted to, I could quite happily go down the beach and use it down the beach. Right, what I'm doing, getting out of the way back. Right, thanks everybody, we're off. This is me down the River Thames, signing off on another stream. Thanks for watching.